teach you how to? Give you the right settings and all that?
Perhaps.
So we should probably check. What are you using? Normal OBS? Please tell me normal OBS.
As in
Just OBS.
Studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of people use Streamlabs. And Streamlabs is great, but it does use a lot of your CPU that normal OBS Studios just doesn't. So.
Right.
Yeah. Should I start game or still wait a bit?
I'm ready whenever you guys are. Why can I not earn coins? I don't know. I'm gonna be damaged. You guys could find whoever's going well.
Oh, you should have used your ticket.
What crap?
Don't you have like max tickets by now?
Yes.
I didn't even know I had tickets until Hans screamed at me. Yeah, Han, weird champ, I know. That's what you are. Yes.
Right. Let me Big bearded Torbjorn. Yes, I'm trying to figure out what should I, because if we can use the coins in the second game.
Mm-hmm.
I pretty much have what I'm after now.
Oh, game found.
I'm just scrambling to find things.
Oh, interesting. My game's not going through the right audio channel.
Oh no.
Why am I damaged?
Why is it taking forever to load? Oh, there you go.
Welcome to the damage.
I'll play Magni.
Welcome to death.
Oh yeah. Gonna hit things with my thingamajig.
Let me figure out why my audio's not working.
Let's do the funny. Hey.
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm gonna hit everything. And I'm right.
Okay, I've solved it. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Oh my god, so fast.
I had to be tech support to be real quick.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh no, they also have... Show him who's better.
We're going left side?
Damn it, they also have a guy who's trying to do the funny.
Everybody's behind the wall.
Well, the funny guy is almost dead. Funny guy is dead. Good funny. He almost teleported away, actually. He had good reaction time.
I'm the one that does.
Good job, Han. That's play of the game.
Right, be proud. Oh wow. Oh my god.
Unless someone gets a 4-kill ult, that's gonna be play of the game.
Or if Han ults.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, then she'll get play of the game regardless. Break the shield.
Incoming. Stupid barrier. Nice. Oh, Lucio's trying to.
I got killed.
Why does my audio keep cutting out?
Get on with it now!
Alright,
My
they
audio
can't
keeps cutting out.
push really,
That's
so...
bullshit. Why can't I hook him when I'm going down? I hooked him, but he didn't go anywhere.
Oof.
Man, that's bullshit.
Do it. Oh.
I'll just
We
wait
might
here.
want to run away.
I knew he went that way as well! I would have died anyway.
Jesus Christ, they're doing a lot of damage.
There's a roadhog on the
damn.
right.
Oh my god. He hit me through the wall, man.
Happens to the best of us. Or worst.
Okay, my audio is deciding.
But like, I can't push. Like, I try to bait out the fucking Roadhog's fucking hook. He does, and I'm gonna push, but then the fucking DPS just goes, no. And then fucking does like a million DPS in 2.5 seconds.
Or was one.
Crap,
There
what have
we
I
go.
done? Oh my god.
And there's one.
I do this.
No, can't. I can't push. This is so annoying. Wow.
What?
Oh, watch
I
out,
was
so many
stunned.
ults, so many ults, so many ults.
Man, this sucks. I can't fucking push at all. Why is their
I only
DPS
used
so
one.
good? So annoying. Like, what is this matchmaking, man? Why are we playing against people who hasn't had a life in fucking a million years?
I see 3 gold members. Add yourself as in one bronze member.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Like, how is this fair?
It's not.
We're all bronze, then we have people here who's wasted their time with gold on the other side of the team. Like, what the fuck?
We're just gonna test something quick.
Oh, almost first try.
No, you're not gold. Not now, but in Overwatch 2 you are. But these people have grinded their fucking life away to get this fucking gold. That is much more harder to get. Why? Because they've wasted their fucking time with this stupid game. Then now they're gonna be told, oh yeah, you're fucking shit, you've been farming your whole life. Yeah, it's worth nothing now, because everyone can get it.
True.
So I hope it was worth it spending those
headshot
10k
monkey.
hours playing this stupid game.
Right, I'm back. For some reason, when I was... Oh god. So,
I was inside by a mile!
I recorded something just to test, and as I was in the middle of playing it, sometimes, like, I heard it live, but sometimes my audio would, like, cut out and back in, like it was going through a fan, kind of. Why is he teabagging me? No, it's probably just because something on the cable. But,
Eek.
This fucking soldier, can you like fuck off? Jesus. Jesus Christ. can't even get out of spawn, man. The soldier is fucking insane.
Oof.
This is getting ridiculous now.
Almost got point. Please. No. They respawned.
Hello? Hello? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, okay. So I just unplugged my headphone stuff just to see if that would resolve anything, because I feel like it may have been just like it wasn't
Hey.
plugged.
Han almost always
So-
called her mech.
Right. So now I'm gonna do another test, and
Well, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So far.
I'm just gonna I've opened up OBS and
Yeah.
I'm just like recording like 5 minutes, you know. Obviously it's gonna be different to stream, but like I'm just testing like
That's gonna be
You know.
basically one-to-one to stream if you're doing it per OBS.
so all I'm just doing a test because so
Because yeah.
yeah.
Because yeah.
I'm a fluent speaker.
Yes. Why?
Yeah. Oh yeah, time to be a train conductor. Choo choo.
Fun. Alright, let's see the
fun
enemy
time.
team. I can't see the enemy team yet. Okay, lovely.
You'll see him at the
there's
very
one.
end.
Oh, look
Actually-
at that. Fair and balanced matchmaking. There's a single fucking bronze on the team.
Yeah, and they're probably all bronze players.
No, they're not.
Well, even
Right.
masters struggle against bronze, which is hilarious.
Well, how come we didn't? How the other team didn't struggle? They were all gold and plat.
Exactly, because they were playing against golden plat.
Yeah, and here we have a gold, plat, and a master.
Also, they struggled a lot.
No, they did not. We were being spawn camped.
Oh, you guys are doing so.
Oh, fun for you. Looks like someone had fun at least.
Aeroplane, go!
Always.
All right, guys, time to yeah, get over there. Hi there. Shield's gonna break soon. Oh, thank you. Hi there, Mercy. Goodbye, Mercy.
Fucking. Going insane.
Where are you guys? Oh yeah, I forgot I can use left click to look around. Air Doomfist. Oh! I need some healing.
I'm healing as much as I can.
Thank you, thank you. Ow. Oh, there going to this guy.
And my shield is gone. Doomfist is coming from the back. Nope, he's not. He went back around.
I am making my way back to the front. Oh, I killed Anna. And he's dead.
I cannot be stopped. Get stopped.
I'm just gonna drop my shield because
And
never
they're
mind.
behind. I'm behind their shield, killing them.
Magic trick. Magic. That was a great teleport. I mean, I don't know if that was intentional, but that was an amazing teleporter.
Can you stop putting your shield down right before you go around the corner? It gives me anxiety. Alright, can you come? Can you stand for me? Yeah. Stand right there. Stand right there. Boop.
Oh, incoming.
Shielded them all. I got ult twice now. That's insane. Doomfist.
Oh, there he goes into the sky.
I'll be there soon. I have one more turret up.
Alright, I'm coming back.
I'm breaking
Can I-
the portal.
Shield is
Can
recharging.
we all back off a little?
Oh my god.
No! Fuck that guy.
Magic trick. Oh, okay.
I just love maps where you have to spawn all the way from the fucking end of the whole fucking map and then walk all of the way to the beginning of the map.
It's fair. What's not fair is that our healer is AFK.
I'm coming
Healing
up.
you.
Do you have shield? Can you jump down real quick? Right around down? Thanks.
Oh, I got a.
All good, all good.
uh,
No, I fucked up.
I got a
Never
Reinhardt
mind, Hunter's
achievement.
dead.
Oh. Okay, I guess he decided to focus the teleporter. Why am I?
I'm shielding. No mercy's one, absolute one.
Oh, get behind my shield.
Okay, at least our healer left, because that guy was AFK literally 80% of the time.
We're just not allowed to have fun.
What do you mean? We almost won.
We're like the cannon fodder. We're the ones to make other people have fun.
What do you mean? We almost won. We spawn camped them this whole time.
Well, I haven't been able to do anything well this whole entire game.
You have gold
It's
healing?
pissing me off. I don't. Oh no, I do.
Oh.
That's because the other healer left.
The other healer didn't heal, he was AFK. He was there for 1 minute out of the 3
Where are you?
minutes.
There you are. You already have the orb button.
And I'm dead. It's fine. Roadhog is going inside the hut. Oh, Pog. Hey, we have a Mercy. Yeah, shield. Nice.
Nice. Ah,
I got their
Fine.
Mercy. Yes.
Fucking, why is every single fucking soldier cracked in this fucking game?
Peekaboo. Oh, damn it. No peekaboo. I have ult and 2.
I could do a sneaky slam.
Also, they're cracked because they have hit scan.
Oh, I could slam. It's tempting, but I don't want to go for it.
Where is he? Ah. I'm hooked. Oh, such nice flick though.
Roadhog down.
Oh, I got them all.
Ooh. Play the game.
Get him!
Hey,
Nice.
team kill.
Oh my god.
And my guy taunted.
That-
I actually hate you.
That is how you train. Chugga, chugga,
Toxic.
chew, chew.
But you taunted, so you're toxic.
I was just pointing. And
Nah,
po-
you're
I
toxic.
pointed up
That's
and
the
down.
difference. Peekaboo! Aw, I put it right on his shield. If only he moved it by like 2 centimeters.
Lucio is up here.
I'm jumping back down. Oh my goodness, Han.
I got the
20
soldier.
seconds. Oh, this is easy
You
now.
can't.
Unless they do a quick big push, this is gonna be easy.
I almost have ult.
I'm gonna bully them.
So,
They're gonna be slowed so they can't make it on time.
I got revenge on the soldier.
And we
I'm
win.
happy.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Hehe.
Oh,
Oh, all my medals disappeared when fucking Zero did that shit. When Zero started doing shit, all my stuff disappeared. Oh my god. Oh, so close.
Hee.
Ah, see.
Damn,
Do
look
you-
at all
do
that
you-
damage block.
Do you move slower while you're swinging?
I believe so.
I think so. I got the achievement for Reinhardt though. So that's pretty cool.
Hey.
The
Do you need, like-
damage block.
Oh, damage
pretty-
block achievement.
Yeah, you got like
Yeah,
20k damage block.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
How much did you need
Where-
for the achievement?
is-
Like 8k?
Where is it on? Let me check. Achievements tank. Where is Reinhardt? Block 8,000 damage with
Yeah.
Reinhardt's barrier field without dying. I did
Yeah.
way
Oh,
more than-
without dying. Ah, that's why you got it.
I didn't die. I think I died like
Once or twice.
3 times. Yeah, like
No.
I'm just gonna say 3 max.
I think I only died once to the Doomfist, and then every other time when Roadhog hooked me. So it was insta kills every single time. You couldn't do anything against it. It was my positioning then.
There you go.
All right. Check something. I'll be back. Oh.
Ah. See. Please don't give me damage. Even though
Same.
Symmetra is Pog.
What is up? I'm back.
Symmetra is literally the most unfair character in the game, I believe.
Because of a teleport.
Well, only if you know how to do teleport portal, or like teleport turrets. Because it almost insta-kills every fucking low health character that doesn't immediately bounce away. If a Mercy's close by, she's dead. If a Lucia's close by, he's probably dead. A Tracer's definitely dead. Because she won't even react to doing her rollback. And even if she does, she'll just get drained health immediately again. And even against tanks, it's abusive. Because if Sigma puts down a shield, and my turrets try to shoot through the shield literally breaks in seconds.
Just a question. Do you have when you're streaming, do you have OBS open like on do you have like a second screen, or do you just have like you just minimize it? Like the tab?
Yeah, I have it on my second screen just for the reason that I don't want to pop out my chat, otherwise I would just hide it. I don't care about it.
This skin is cool. My arms, extra arms becomes tentacles.
Wait, where are you? Come down. There you
I'm
are.
down. Right.
Alright, show me. I'm behind you. Okay, show us. What the fuck? Is it
Cool, right?
specifically to that emote?
I don't know, probably maybe when I ult as well.
Ooh. We'll see. I'll look at it maybe.
It's kind of cool.
Time
spray in the
to
game.
train.
We're in Quartzi's hometown. Right here is Quartzi's convenience store that you always goes to.
Watch out for Roadhog on the right.
Got a ball.
Okay, they have ball and Roadhog. That's pretty easy to push.
Roadhog hooked.
Genji's in with us? Okay,
Yeah, but we're being focused by the DPS, so we're trying to hide.
Yeah, I died.
It's alright.
Oh, I'm dead.
Genji's on me. Genji's one. Got him. But I'm dead as well. I only got 18%? I literally killed a hero!
I'm at 75%. I'm getting
That
there.
felt like it was charging my normal ult. What the fuck?
Huh.
I didn't even get to switch. Yeah, Han, get the point. Go.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Ah, balls.
Yeah, Han, actually tag the point so we can scare them.
Yeah. Ah. Is it Hammond? Hello there.
Oh god, wheel.
Oh my god, I'm gonna thank you.
Ball behind us.
Wheel inside.
Reaper's dead.
Oh, I can't grab the
Anna's dead.
I broke some of the bombs, but we shouldn't go through there. Okay, we can get point.
Coming in.
I'm camping right here.
Man.
Oh, why is it doing this?
Oh, good.
I was behind the payload.
And
How did
I
I get hit?
fucking chugged his bullets. What the hell? I have ult, so we only need 1/4, so I can just ult straight on point and we can cap it.
I got ult as well. Just in case
We
they
shouldn't.
decide to-
Don't use it at the same time. It's probably better if I ult on point, and then when they rush in to grab it again, then you ult. How's that sound?
Aye. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna force myself onto point.
Oh, watch out, balls. Ah.
Did you die?
Yeah.
Why? Why did you die?
Ball put his balls on the floor, and then I tried moving, and then Reaper was in front of me, and then my shield broke, and then I
Please
just
tell me
died.
he at least tried to go through the like building. Because that's the
Yeah, I
obvious
tried going-
point to go.
I tried going to the building.
Man, I can't see shit with these two fucking fast tanks.
I'm a train. Ah, why did it do that? It just... Okay, right, yeah, something's up now. My computer.
Okay, both of the
Okay.
Genjis ulted, so...
I'm going left.
Are you
Reaper's
safe?
dead.
On point?
I'm
Ball.
on point, but... Easy.
I'm gonna be mean and I'm gonna... hit him. Nice!
I think the Han, not the Han, but the Anna wanted to ult the Genji, but I think I got in front of her and got ulted instead.
LOL! That was a really
I
good
don't see my
hack.
muscles.
They're either all top or they're all left.
Right, okay. Now
So
my
they're where
PC's
Sentinel are, or they're all at the top. Yeah, they're all top.
Right, now my PC is jittering, but not the lag kind. The actual, like, freezes, then comes back. Whenever I'm doing something drastic.
Got Reaper.
Their Brigitte was one. They're on site, by the way.
Okay.
All both things were all on me.
Yep.
I kept them busy for quite some time.
Goodbye, Hanzo.
I'm swapping to a different character after this. Probably Orisa. Just like, can you run to me? Okay.
Oh my god, why is there an Anna behind us?
Diana's still behind us.
I'll get moving.
Well, I did push it a bit.
Crap.
Brigitte has ult. Let's group up, because... yeah.
Oh my god.
We can attack from further behind. I fucking grabbed that, man.
Top 500. The only top 500 there are in these fucking losers.
There's a Reaper close to Sursa.
Okay,
Nope.
that is some bullshit.
Thank me later.
You
What?
guys did not communicate at all on how you were pushing or playing or anything.
Well, I got killed immediately because there's a fucking Ash right outside the gates.
I have ult, so I'm gonna use it.
I was trying to save
And then
Han
swap.
because she was slapped in that roadhog.
Yeah, but
decided
why
to
would you
walk
save
up.
Han? She's a Pharah.
She was
Han
in the
will either
building.
fly away or get killed.
She was in the building.
I'm rushing point lol. They have absolutely no one sitting on point.
Okay, well, that works. I guess I'm over here now.
Damn.
Alright, I'm gonna try and touch the point. Alright, point.
This Ash is so fucking annoying.
Where did my barrier go?
It immediately got destroyed.
Lovely.
I haven't even been able to touch the point because I keep getting fucking attacked by this fucking Ash or Anne.
My E doesn't even work? Is my E key broken?
I don't know what the fuck was going on. But how come the fucking was always some dude at the gates killing me while... I could never get to you guys were because I kept getting fucking focused so fucking hard.
That was a good. Oh,
I'm gonna try and.
did he kill
sort
me?
out
Plus,
my-
Oh, I
if
didn't know.
Hans said was true, top 500 in the world, why the fuck are we playing against someone who's top 500?
It's quick play. There's no. It's just random people.
There should be some kind of fucking ranking.
Well, there is a quick play rank, which means we were in that quick play rank.
Then how the fuck are we playing against someone who's top 500?
Apparently, we're good, or he's really bad.
Bruh.
So why did everyone leave now to play alone?
I'm trying to sort out my PC because it's jittering. What the heck? What's taking up all the disk?
Uh. Where did that come from? Lol, my heart team left. How toxic.
임무가 시작되니 노닥거릴 시간은 없을 것.
Oh, where? The Mercy literally was on me and then fucking disappeared.
I'm now running at a health beat. Right. So I did some stuff in the settings, so now I should not, like, freeze when I'm, like, doing heavy things, like a fire strike into a Reaper ult.
Oh. Wow, we almost won. Not even half a healer would have gotten me killed. Not even a single fucking Lucio would have gotten me killed there. A Lucio
Right,
without boosted healing would have fucking done better. A fucking soldier would have done better.
Something seems chilly in the air.
I saved the monkey.
Do I have your attention yet? I probably don't.
No, you don't.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so I'm just doing some more tests with OBS, you know, seeing if everything's running smoothly.
Wait, we won?
And then, you know,
The fuck? We were all dead.
moving the payload.
Alright, OBS,
Yeah.
OBS, talk. Speak.
Right, so I'm just testing things. What would I... Obviously, I've got the game capture, but, like, what else would I need to add? So, like, I've got desktop audio,
Yep.
like, on audio mixer. I've
Yep.
got the game capture, and then I know I can add little bits here and there onto, like, the actual screen itself,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
Anything else?
Nope.
It's just that.
You kind of,
and then
well,
I
it's
stream.
mainly literally just game and make sure that you have all your audio channels that you need properly set up, and
Right.
that's it, because that's all you need for streaming is, you know, the game, what you want to stream, and sound
Yep.
preferably.
Yeah, because I'm just recording, you know, to see how the game sounds, how I sound, how we sound, you know, and it sounds alright.
You flippin' dumbass!
Time to go left. Yes. Oh, look. What? Why are you solo? Oh,
What do you mean?
I got solo ulted by Mei.
You got solo ulted by Mei? Then
Yeah.
you must have been quite the threat.
Like, I was by myself going left. Alright, everyone was going right. Everyone saw that everyone was going right, and me going left by myself. And then May's like, yes. Okay, so her reasoning is I solo ulted her, but the only I've only used my ult once this game, and I got Zarya along with Mei. I killed both of them with my ult.
Wow, they didn't see him. I got ult, and literally 15 seconds later I got ult again. That's Reinhardt, holy shit. Damn, that was GG as fuck. That second game was absolutely one-sided as fuck.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't do anything. Did I even shield any damage? I did nothing. Is that what you're telling me? Oh, I only shielded 6k damage. Is that a Symmetra icon?
즐거운 연휴 보내렴.
I'll wait till you're out of your game.
Me.
Or Minecraft, you know? That is also an option. Minecraft. Hey yo. Oh, that's creepy as fuck. Oh. I should probably remove a couple people as my friend who has been not on since more than a couple months. I don't know who Victor is. Get rid. Bye. Goodbye. 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 Let's see if I can scare you.
Oh wait, I'm joining your thing. Oh, and she now. Oh
You-
no, I
You
feel
know,
bad.
you are where you can accept and then just press escape and then you'll still finish your game.
Why didn't you-
Buy the
Ah,
watch point pack now. What is watch point?
the thing that everyone. The stuff.
Do I get anything for it?
You get things.
Oh, you get 2,000 Overwatch currencies, which allows you to buy 2 battle passes.
Yes.
That's not bad.
Or stuff in the.
Oh, and you get the first battle pass ahead
Yeah.
with that, I think. So you basically get all 3 battle passes with that.
Yeah.
Uh,
So now that we actually know the prices of coins,
yep.
so $10
Per
is
per
1,000.
thousand. Yeah. That makes
So
sense.
you get 2,000. So that's $20 worth of stuff, and then you get 2 legendary skins for
Yeah.
the Korean soldier, and then you know. So it's deal.
Have I gotten a response from Google yet? No, I left my phone downstairs. It's still in review. Oh, I still have to add one more thing to Spores. I'll do that in the next update as a feature update. I need to add review requests so people review the game.
곧 전투가 시작됩니다. 영웅을 선택하십시오.
Which map is it?
여러분의 안전이야말로 제 의무입니다.
넌 오버워치의 수치다. 레이에스가 뭘 꾸미고 있는지 알았다면 난 보고만 있진 않았을 거야.
글쎄,
It's like our teammate is like, bruh, don't you fucking dare troll this game. Do what you do best. Oh wait, that means there's only one tank player in Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
That means I'm never gonna play tank.
거점을 점령하십시오.
I'll probably be the one playing.
Exactly.
tank
I'll be healer main and possibly Echo. Echo and Symmetra.
Alright, let's capture the point.
Nice. The Tracer tried, but didn't really get to. What? I had the wheel!
Oh, well. I've dropped the healing circle.
Wheel on point. Being an annoyance.
Oh, Genji. Oh, never mind, he's dead. Oh my god. Why did I run around that?
Wheel on point again. Damn, the wheel is almost as bad as Sombra with how sneaky he is. Even though he's so big, you just don't really hear him.
재부팅합니다. 방벽 뒤로 이동하시는 걸 추천합니다.
See if they hit my shield.
Hi there, it's me, Soldier76. I've come here to say I enjoy pies. Ah.
Alright, I'm gonna ult.
I didn't even have a chance to move. I was just killed immediately.
Really?
Yeah. Like, Genji was focusing all of you, and then he immediately looks to his right and just slashes. for
Damn,
no
I
reason,
expected
and I'm
at least
dead.
one of them to die. None of them died.
I was about to ult, but then after I pressed Q,
아직은
I was
할일이
just. Oh,
남았습니다.
okay.
I feel like they have so many squishy... Yeah, they're a complete squishy team. I'll just go Winston. Jeez, I'm literally gonna abuse half of their team. Exactly.
Why? Why?
Literally just abuse half of their team with one character. Alright, Anna's one. Perfect. They only have 2 tanks and 1 tracer.
Why is Trace's sensitivity so high?
Fun fact, they were talking about the tracer at the beginning of this game being an absolute chad. Oh god, the tracer's an absolute chad. Oh my god. I got him to move off, I guess.
Nice.
Tracer's sensitivity isn't that high.
실패는 성공의 어머니라.
No, I hate this jump so much.
Ah!
Alright, GG. I could only build time, that's all I could do.
힘을 합쳐 특수한
Is this the funny? This is the funny.
I'm gonna Junkrat. It's time to bring out the good old Junkrat. Go team!
Break the shield. No, I hooked the wrong person. It wasn't even who I hooked.
거점이 활성화되었습니다.
All we have to do is
I'm
break
muted.
their tanks, which is really easy. And then it's just a tracer. Every other one is just an obsolete character so far in that team.
Oh, fine. Out of here.
Thanks. Alright. Alright, I'm going back. Hamster is on point or close to point.
He's there. He's just behind
Hamster's
us,
gonna
rolling
try
around.
to fucking push us off or something. Hamster wheel is behind us, or was.
Get away, hamster.
Where's the shitty hamster wheel?
Yeah, no idea where he is.
Can you put a
Just chilling on the
trap like here, where I'm standing? So when he comes from behind, he'll just sit there. Oh god, go inside.
Oh, there he is.
Yep. Oh my god, I was inside and I still died. Oh, I was so
How? I didn't kill the.
Yep, you didn't kill. It's the McCree. The
Okay.
McCree has to die. It's just the McCree. Okay, McCree's right side, I think. Oh my god, I missed.
I killed three. Yep. I bear there. No, he's gone.
Can we break her shield? I can immediately kill her. No, she used her thing. Fuck you, Wheel. Wheel's dead. She tanks one. Team kill!
Nice.
I'm actually gonna be far away. I'm gonna be way over here. Come back, they should push point. They should push point. Overhug's one. I'm stuck in a shitty corner.
What? What the?
Nope, you guys are not alive.
What the?
Did any of them die?
I...
Yeah, I called it.
Kaboom! Ah. Trying to touch the point.
No! Can you guys touch point? Touch point?
Trying to get there.
Ah! Damn. Wasn't that bad.
July, July dip.
Yeah, if they say ease, I block them because it's just toxic behavior.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna play tank so I can get.
Hell yeah.
볼스카야 인더스트리로 떠납니다. 수비를 준비하십시오.
Oh my god, it's a TV person. Oh goodness, why are we defending?
Lovely.
Carbon, fiber. Null sector, ew.
이때가 필요할지도 모르겠어.
궁극기 충전 중이다.
적의 공격까지 30초.
어쩌다 너 같은 녀석한 작은 사람 별명이 붙었지. 우리 아버지 소지로가 날 비꼰다고 그렇게 부르셨지. 커보니 꽤 많아.
How are we defending? We defending here, truck or there? We can defend here. I mean, they can push through there and there, but
4, 3, 2, 1. 공격이 시작됩니다. A 거점을 수비하십시오. 화력이 증가했습니다.
and my shit's down.
The Reaper inside.
Oh goodness. I mean, they have squishy characters, so I can just roadhog.
Hmm.
I just gotta hit my hooks and have my weapon reloaded. Come back, come back, come back. You're not getting that. Yep. Come.
새로운 수비 지점. B거점.
Come on, they only have like 2 people on point.
Nice.
Did we defend? Look at the fucking tick! Yep, I want to be up here.
Oh, I hear Reaper coming right. Reaper's behind us. No dying.
No, I died. I have ult. Oh, Roadhog has ult as well. And I'm
Turret.
ulting.
Out of all things.
Wait, let's see turret PRG.
최고의
Ah, GG turret. Wait, actually?
Lies.
Yeah, lies, you lied. Turret play of the game, this is bullshit!
You useless play of the game.
Exactly. Where's the turret? Hey, I got sportsmanship. Nice.
눈반이로 떠
Please be attack.
공격
Yeah!
Yeah.
No, I'm tank!
가십시오.
Ah! I have yet to get fucking healer. Why does no one want to play tank today? Doo! Doo! Doo!
공격 시작까지 30초.
라이나르트 좋아 보이는데 이럴 삶이 적성에 맞나 봐.
Helicopter. Pardon me. Helicopter. Away.
Yeah, helicopter. Woo! Beyblade. All right. Oh fuck! I can't play with the sensitivity. Oh my god. Maybe I can. Chook! Oh fuck! I
You're not even like turning. You're just like snapping.
Yeah, that's how fast the sensitivity is. Bro, you think you're so tough at aggression, bro?
Hello there.
Push!
My God.
You fucking dumbass, me! No pushing now.
Come on. Help me!
Yeah, our is trolling. I am pushing.
Oh, I got Zarya.
Okay, that's one.
Never mind. I might need some help. Never mind, she's running away.
Diana. They have a bunch of ones.
Anna's dead.
In the corner. My corner's safe. I'm just saying. Wheel. Wheel is one. Actually one.
I got booped by Hammond and it made me kill their healer.
No, Hamster was dead. Where's the stupid Pharaoh?
Oh, the Pharaoh's on our team.
I shielded myself! Bullshit! Oh my god. Alright, you're staying point, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll stay point. You go help the team. You have a bigger shield. You go help the team, you have a bigger shield.
Right.
I can just shield the point in general, so. I have ults, and I'm willing to use it.
Oh!
I apologize.
God damn.
Anna's...
I was slept, so it's fine. Hello there, McCree. What? No!
Oh my god!
Choo choo.
I'll go aggressive in like 3 seconds. I'll go top actually, okay?
Alright.
Sup,
I'm
buddy?
with Caleb.
Alright, I'm dead. I couldn't flick. Dang it. Genji's one. He's up top. He has ult, by the way. Genji's ult.
Right.
아무리 경유지에 도달했을
Oh wow, we got the point.
Oh, incoming.
Don't you know I'm a savage? I will protect point. You go forward. You go melee.
Goodbye. No, I was hitting the wall. The wall should have hit. It skimmed the wall. I would have killed Baptiste, but I was in like the doorway, so it skimmed the wall and pushed me inside the room.
Why didn't you run to me, you shitty Anna? You should have just healed instead of tried to take the fight. Oh, he hit me on accident. Trying to go for Pinky. Oh, we spawn here now. Wow, I had to walk ages. Alright, good luck, have fun. Tell me when you're going. Oh god, you're coming with me? What the hell?
There's a...
I need your shield. Keep your shield. Keep your shield. Okay, okay.
Oh, I'm going.
Okay, I forced an ult. That's good enough. Oh, forced 2 ults. Hell yeah, 3 ults. Okay, you can ult them next. I'm gonna ask something really weird of you. Charge in. I will assume where you're gonna be, and I'll put a shield down right there, and then you can ult. Alright, so I'm basically gonna be your barrier for when you charge. Oh, you basically have a free charge against the wall. So just charge right into my wall, yeah, charge right into the point, charge right into the point, and just check. Yeah, see, there's no one there.
Hello there. God,
I just chill, just chill, just chill.
I killed him.
I'm ulting to stay alive. I'm going back on point.
Right, I am making my way.
I didn't jump back.
What?
I couldn't jump back.
We should come back.
Yeah, come back, come back. Yeah, yeah.
The 2 healers are by the stairs. What am I?
If the 2 healers are by the stairs, well, don't anymore. I was gonna say charge towards them, and I'll jump with you. Wait for the invincibility field to just run off. He got ult again. Yeah, just die. That's mad. He got ult again. He must have done a lot.
Alright.
In theory, you can go above as well.
I'm coming up there then.
I mean, you don't have to. Are they all there? Like, all of them?
I think they're all in there. I think.
Are you pushing him? Okay, come on. Let's jump. Oh, they're right here. You can melee them, lol.
Got him.
I'm breaking their
crap.
invincibility. It's their stupid turret that is set up there. It's their stupid turret.
I slammed, but it made me glide on the payload, so I was like in the air for a little bit.
Oh my god, the fucking turret can shoot through the. Okay, I have ult in a sec, so I'll use it and then I'll switch to I don't know, Sigma or something.
Alright.
Or Diva. Diva probably is best.
Oh, I got
Their
Zarya.
turret is pissing me off. I'm jumping to his turret.
Put my barrier up.
I broke their turret. And I'm keeping him off point, kind of.
I'm coming back, I'm coming back, I'm coming back, I'm coming back. Turret's down.
I'm going sit on point a bit.
I need some heals.
I don't. There is no healer. I have a little orb for you. Oh, it didn't last long.
Ah, crap. My ult's almost ready. I'm trying to get it up.
Oh, they're all far away from the point. It's 0.6 meters. No.
I died. Boop with the boops. Alright. Well, I have my ult.
You have your ult?
Mm,
Okay.
yeah.
If I had my ult and your ult, that would be insane, but I don't have it. I mean, we just have to find a good opening. I wonder if I can chug the wheel. Oh wait, the wheel's new. Okay, he definitely doesn't have ult. Oh.
Oh. Oh, I got my. Why
killed the
Hammond
turret.
move out of my way?
They're off the point. They're off the point.
Hammond was in my way, fat man. Oh, okay.
Can you shield? Can you shield?
Shield's about to break.
Oh my god. It's just the wheel and one person. It's the shitty wheel on point.
Training. Oh, please. Out of my way, Lucio. Out of my way.
They have a Winston. I'm keeping him off. It's
Pinned the ball.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Oh, pinned.
It's just the monkey and
Lucio.
Lucio. It's just the monkey.
I got Lucio. Nice.
Yeah. Wee.
I'll be back in a minute. Yeah?
Alright.
Love you. I gotta play the game.
Yeah, I think
This
we
is
got like
after
3
I ulted.
kills. That should not have pinned. That should not have pinned at all.
Oh wow, I did a lot of blocking.
Yeah, that should have not pinned at all. How much blocking did I do? Wait, I didn't even have a blocking character. Oh no, wait, I did. I played Winston. Okay, I want to play one sealer. Like one time.
수비를 준비하십시오. 영웅을 선택하십시오.
What healer should I assist you with? I mean, depending on what the other tank is, I have a good decision.
Either. Should I go Rhine?
Yeah. I think I'll go damage. I'll stay further away. I picked a hero that wouldn't rely on your shields on purpose. The thing is, you don't have much like, you don't protect much anybody else except for maybe the Mercy and the McCree. Like, if you're up there, I should in theory be over here. And, like, hitting.
I'm a train.
3, 2, 1. 공격이 시작됩니다.
Sigma and Zarya as tanks. Aha, you thought I was gonna pin. I'm coming back.
Yeah, go back.
It's gonna break.
Oh, I fucking got whipped.
Oh, Zarya is so close to dying. I pinned her against the wall. Why? Hold. I'm pressing the button.
They have a widow somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Kind of scared. I almost have my ult. I could slam.
And if you do, I would. Well done. And their mercy said, "Where's their
Nice.
widow? Did they? No,
She jumped off.
Where was she? Fell off. What the fuck?
Crap.
That is a F.
Ah, my shield is broken. I can't do anything.
You should have told me. I could have ulted. Oh, I killed
Sorry.
theirs, I guess. I could have ulted, man.
I didn't know you had ulted.
Well,
them.
even then, you should have just asked for your heals, or yeah.
순환이 다시 시작되리.
It's pretty sure we shouldn't have wiped that push.
Hello there.
하나가 되시.
Alright, how aggressive can you be?
I
Oh my
could
god,
be-
there's
oh,
Zenyatta's
I'm gonna
right.
die,
I
I'm gonna die, I'm
fucking
gonna
died.
die.
No, I fucking died. There's Zenyatta was on the right. There's Zenyatta was around for some fucking reason. I'm surprised none of the DPS caught that. Eek.
Time for the epic train.
목표를 포착했다. 일이 잠깐 틀어졌을 뿐.
Not again.
You'll be fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep, she did.
Oh my god, I hit the mercy once. Headshot.
I'm gonna scoot back. My shield's about to break. It's broke. There's Zarya not left. I'm just gonna come back. Oh, I got.
You're
Mercy
so
Soldier.
far ahead? No. Their widow's upstairs, bro. What fucking gun is that? That's one stupid looking gun.
다른 결과.
There's Zarya on our right.
하나가 되시.
I died. She wasn't even aiming for me.
일이 잠깐 틀어졌을 뿐.
Oh, you guys
I'm
let them
alive.
cap that? You could have just sat on it or something.
I was dead.
But you're right there.
I was dead, and then I was rezzed after the captured.
Kaboom! I'm dead. I died. The Mercy didn't even swap the heal, did she? She only flew to me. Yeah, she only flew to me. She never pressed left click. Oh my god.
Oh, I got them all.
I mean, fair enough.
No! Wait! No one did anything! I slammed all 5 of them. And
What the hell is dual talent specialization?
Fuck it. I wanted her to stay alive.
I
What the-
slammed all 5 of them. No one was there to help. I was close as well. Everyone was by the point.
No, your shield was you step back.
Literally, I've got gold damage.
Well, good. I got no heals.
Quartzi,
Yeah.
Rock.
what the hell is dual talent specialization?
What is what?
Dual talent specialization.
Swap talents. So you know how there's healer spec, thing spec.
Oh, so you can make like 2 different sets
Yes,
of
you can do
talent
2 sets and you can
incidents
just swap
them.
between them instead of paying every time and then making.
Ah, okay. Well, you gotta pay 1k gold to be able to activate it in the first place.
Oh damn, you're lucky. I thought it was 10k.
Bruh.
The last time I checked it was 10k. I swear.
What?
I was healing.
Plant. There's a plant. Oh. Zarya's about to die. Zarya is dead.
I'm still healing. I'm just saying.
Nice. I stunned
get him?
Doomfist.
No. Oh, if he runs away, fair enough. Gives us more time.
Soldier's low. Never mind, he's dead.
Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back.
Right. Okay, cool.
Give ult.
Stun both tanks. Charge the Zarya. Zarya's dead. Go on.
Thanks for the
Res
shield.
the Zarya. You know you want to. Alright, never mind.
That's not bad. That's still a kill.
I'm coming back. Oh, I got him. Wait, no.
I absolutely fucking trolled Doomfist. Nice.
Oh, they have a roadhog now.
And I can ult.
At least you don't have a Sigma.
Doomfist is up top. Or not anymore. Oh, I ulted it. I'm actually gonna speed boost this.
Oh, I killed the roadhog.
There we go.
Oh, okay, soldier. Soldier got play of the game.
That's not bad. Oh my god, it's their mercy.
Thank you, my friend. Haha, this is Reinhardt. This is not a Reinhardt impression. I am just trying to speak like I am
Yar
Reinhardt.
har fiddly dee. Okay, we have one tank. The other tank died. Dumbass.
They have a Reinhardt now.
Which is
wonder
good for us.
why.
Because I just, I'm healing.
Ah!
All good. I'm also coming.
Got them all.
I'm healing you as well. You have two healers on you. Please shield. Oh my fucking god.
In the middle of swinging. I should have. Alright, well.
The idea is to stay in the air for this one.
Oh yes, I think we might win. Go on, Reinhardt, pin. You know you want to. Nope. Okay. Right.
Booped
Come on,
when
go.
he charged me. Who's on point? Oh, it's Zenny. Or what? Yeah.
I am. What are you doing, Zarya?
You're
You've lost.
fine. Nice. I guess this Lucio switch was a good idea.
최고의 플레이.
Oh, I thought you got it. What did he
The
do?
soldier got played. He got.
Oh,
a
he
bunch of heals.
ulted. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's where I defensively ulted.
동시 처치.
Oh,
Oh,
that was a good hit.
dangerous rocket.
Oh, okay. Healer again.
I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play DBS.
Not a healer. Why not? Han's gonna play healer 100%. Alright, you guys think I have time to grab my phone?
Yeah.
So that I'm gonna kick. Bricks. Fuck yeah. Oh, feels so good that my app works as well. It sends you a notification after 2 hours saying, "Have you beaten your high score yet?" Wow, Han's crying.
Why is she crying?
Han is sad.
But why?
Why is Han sad? She's Pepe sad as well. Oh no. Oh, it's because she wants Kiriko. She feels
We have to
entitled,
wait.
that's why.
도착합니다.
It's because she feels entitled, that's why she's sad.
곧 전투가 시작됩니다. 영웅을 선택하십시오.
Da na 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 na.
최악의 상황을 떠올려봐. 그리고 그렇게 하지 마.
Hajima.
넌 아닌가 보군.
마지막으로 체크할게요.
Fuck! I forgot she doesn't have a melee. I'm surprised they still haven't done that to Reinhardt.
뒤로 가겠다.
아니,
난 할 일을 확실히 하는.
의상이
4,
Oh god, you both for DPS, it's not gonna go well.
1.
Yippee.
1라운드.
Yeah, I thought so.
진행하십시오.
할 일을 확실히 하는.
쫄았어?
넌 아닌가
누가 내 집사 좀
I'm gonna go up top.
I'm going with you.
제가 봐드릴게요.
Shoot him! Don't forget to put down your healing.
I didn't know. I didn't want to fall down. Lag. I teleported forward. Like nudged.
Hey, I got my cool 100% mount now. That's cool.
Where's Ash? She was. I saw her, and she was almost about to die, but I don't know where she went. I guess she's there then. The enemy one. Not you. Like, I saw Ash, alright, by our side. I shot her. I did all headshot damage, and she was almost about to die. And then I run around, and she's just not there.
Ah!
Why are you focusing on me? Oh, Mercy's so close to dying, she's dead.
Wait, they got the point? When did they get take the point. We were on it the whole time, or at least I was.
But it keeps nudging me places. I've been like nudged forward when I move forward a little. I don't know
Nice
why
swinging.
my internet's just been buggy for the past few days. Like it's fine and then not fine. What the heck? Bullets!
No. Damn, I did a fuck ton. I already ulted and all that. I must have ulted. We've been on that specific number for getting the point for the whole game.
제가 도와드릴게요.
I have yet to see enemies burning as well. What the fuck?
Come here to the healing thing.
And that's about it. That was a pretty intense round. Constantly on the point.
점수
We just never got the point.
1.
But we never not touched it as well.
I thought we had the point. after we pushed
Exactly,
them
I
all
thought we
back.
had the point at the beginning, but apparently it was the Lucio was on the point the whole time, so we never kept it.
Oh.
제가 여러분을 돌보겠어요. 누가 마녀를 찾으셨나요?
4
You better
Wow,
hit scan.
you wasted your thing.
그건
I'm going right.
의상인가?
We're gonna die first.
제가 곁에 있어요.
Or are you telling you done to?
We're absolutely sniped. Why is he there? What? Roadhog's behind us.
Fuck it, I got nothing else to do.
거점
Right.
Oh god, Hana's Doomfist, she's mad. Can we guys group up, please? And tanks not be AFK?
누가 마녀를 찾으셨나요? 공격력 주문을 걸겠어요.
I can res you in 4 seconds, but... I can res you now.
아직 쓸모가 있어 보이네.
No, why did you guys run away? Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you.
Got you. Look at me. Why was she?
Oh, I died.
So close to dying.
Yeah, she was, and then she bubbled.
방해받지 않고 일하고 싶군요.
Dr. Crow started spectating. Alright, I got my ult. I'm kind of scared.
영웅이여, 일어나세요. 치유 주문을 걸었어요.
Oh, she's so close.
내 시종은 죽지 않아요.
Oh, fuck it, I'm resing you. You
Honestly,
better do massive damage.
Lucio's dead. Die.
Kill him! Why didn't you kill him? You fall off! You have double heals on you. Alright, well, now you're dead regardless.
Did Roadhog come into the equation? It's like, and then immediately kill me.
Because you were
No.
the only one there.
Roadhog.
That would
is
make sense,
crossed
right?
there. No.
I hope our diva is. No, she doesn't. Alright. Well, Bob is almost as bad as the Torbjorn turret.
누가 마녀를
I literally have no idea what the tank's doing.
Our tanks are waving at us while being under attack.
Ow.
Yeah, that happens. I can't res.
It's fine. I'm gonna come back. I have my ult as well, so I'll try and run in and then just.
The thing is, their tanks are
them.
smart. Their Roadhog is literally going around to go for me, and I am dead.
Why
You got
me?
solo ulted!
Why?
현대 의학은 참 놀라워요.
Diva, what are you? Diva!
But,
She flew away.
you were 1 inch off. Damn, one more jump.
That's what she said.
최고의 플레이.
Ow.
That's what I said. Ow, jumped on your face.
Ow, my face.
Oh no!
Ouch, mama. My face.
Hey, yo, that's a cool victory pose, not gonna lie.
적당히 하시죠.
I need a better icon. Best Genji pose? Yeah, I agree though, it was pretty pog. I could be cute Symmetra. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. Alright. Come on, where are the good icons? Ah, I don't want that icon. I don't want that icon. I don't want that. Ah! Fuck. I took the sun.
전에 진입합니다. 수비를 준비하십시오. 영웅을 선택하십시오.
Alright, both of you are healers.
Oh god, we have a Lucy on this map. Oh wait, it's on. Oh god, we have Han on this map. Man, I haven't played her. I haven't played Anna in like since 2020, dude. Since a long time.
And you're not dropping funky fresh beats, you're dropping smooth, sensual jazz.
True.
적의 공격까지 30초.
Could I hit you?
You get that smooth, extra charismatic. What are you doing? What are you wearing?
Let's see, guys.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Epic.
1. 공격이 시작됩니다. A 거점을 수비하십시오.
Oh wow.
Hey, you did the thing I did with Zenny last time. Is that their widow?
Might. Where is she?
Well, she's awake again. And I'm scared that if his shield goes down, I will die.
Ah!
I slapped their widow again. I'm dead.
soldier's so shaky, and he keeps teabagging every now and then.
해변에서 노닥거리는 것보다 이게 훨씬 낫네.
거점을 잃었습니다. 새로운 수비 지점 B 거점.
밤에 오지?
Oh, I wanted to ult a Reinhardt. Yeah, but he would have died. You got shot, slept, stunned? Wow, that's how it feels like to be a healer, hon. It's normal.
그 정도로 날 쫓아냈어.
It genuinely is normal.
Chape à mon regard.
What? She didn't even see me. She saw Roadhog.
Oh my god, the fucking Roadhog in my face made the Widow not die. I've stopped the Widow 3 times right now. It's pretty hilarious.
가벼운 부상이
Widow is dead.
살 거야.
I'm coming back to you guys for some healing. Thank you for the heal. I feel replenished. And soldier's dead. I already used my mines.
넌 내가 지킨다. 잠깐만 아프면 돼. 공격받고 있다.
English.
내가 지킨다.
Oh yeah.
Roadhog's turret, Roadhog's on point.
Nice.
Their Widow didn't die. Oh, it's because they have a Tracer now.
Yeah, the Widow's tracer.
Wow, I have yet to heal anything. The fuck? I wonder how often I've made someone sleep. Must be quite the funny amount of times.
Crap, run. Oh, hide.
Tracer's on point. Abusing. Tracer's dead. Han!
괜찮아. 그 정도는 안 줄.
Jesus.
Quality gameplay. Oh, I a soldier. Zarya now.
They have a junkie
Come
now
back.
as well.
I wonder why. Crap. Crap.
Well,
this
not
is
because you're
terrible.
playing one. Soldiers, point left. Oh my god. Nice.
He's dead. For some reason, my mind decided to like not detonate immediately. While it was in the air. Usually, it's supposed to detonate like when you.
I heard him and then I saw him. Hello, person that still enjoy Overwatch. It is pretty decent. We had some bad games today, but you know, it's all good. How's your day been? Yeah. Okay, go back to point. Point. Does that Zarya have ult? Does anyone know? Oh, nice. Your pizza didn't arrive. It took 1 hour for your pizza. Damn, that's one delivery service.
What
If
did
it's
I
still
do?
working. Yeah, what did you do? I think he killed... Yeah, you killed an ult. Oh, wait, you killed 2 people with your wheel. Right?
Oh.
The wheel didn't even get play of the game. Han wants pizza as well. Oh yeah, I really wanted pizza today, but I made spaghetti instead.
I want pizza, but the place that I want to get pizza from is not open for like another 2 hours, and plus, just yeah.
Really? Or do you guys want to play just regular quick play?
I'm getting as many coins as I can, and then
Oh, okay, fair enough.
that's why I keep picking a tank. Obviously, I picked DPS that round because I was like, easy break.
It just happens to be the day the Italian focus trio got revealed. I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh my god, Han. Can I play Lucia, please? Please. Please. Please.
Oh, it's paper bag guy again.
Please. Oh.
내가 있는 한 아무도 죽지 않는다.
I actually do not know what Hearts of Iron is.
적의 공격까지 30초.
다들 생명보험 들었지?
It's a game. Okay, Han knows about it. But you know of its existence. That's already progress. You think they have
This
a
is
Widow and I'll
what we
get killed
call-
immediately?
Maybe.
공격이 시작됩니다. A 거점을 수비하십시오.
Nice shield, buddy.
You were ahead.
That only went like a meter. Oh, it was the Genji he randomly shot
그래도
in my direction.
아니니까.
Alright.
제가 여러분을 돌보겠어요.
WW2 simulator. Ah, that sounds very historical. On point, Genji.
공격력 증폭.
And Pharah's on point.
Oh, she's up there. What does Rotom do? Get back.
Well, I headshot her twice. Can you come back? Can you go? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
Roadhog decided to take on Zarya, Ana, and Roadhog all at once. I tried pinning someone, but it failed horribly, and then we both died, and that's why we're gonna lose the point.
Thank
because
you,
both
Han.
of us were.
Han, 1v1.
Back at the point.
Please don't let me die. Oh my god.
Where are you?
I was trying to res. It didn't, it failed, so now I can't res. Nope, give me someone else. Why is he not drinking? The Pharaoh's still in the sky.
When did we get a tracer? Farah's on the... yeah, Farah's there.
절 믿으세요, 트레이서. 아직 쓸모가 있어 보이는군요. 말끔히 치료해드릴게요.
Oh, their Roadhog ulted, it's perfect. You should have not shielded that, you should have just gone around the corner.
Alright.
1 second?
Thank you!
Yeah, but please give. Yeah, please. Oh, thanks. I can't heal you. I can't heal you. I can't heal you. You were
It was... yeah.
just gonna go for me.
None of the DPS are taking care of Farah. I can't really take care of it. Roadhog's busy
We don't.
doing
Well,
something.
we don't have anyone to take over. That's a thing. Not a single person. I mean, the closest would be Lucio because he can climb up the walls and get close, but that's not gonna do much.
치유 주문을 걸었어요.
Anything like a McCree soldier would be great. Someone with hit scan.
Oh,
Is Tracer hit
God,
scan?
oh god, oh.
Yeah, I couldn't get to you for some reason. But Lucio ulted, thanks.
Thank you. Oh,
I'm going over here.
Lucio, come back! I'm trying to hit Lucio! Come here.
No! I tried to get to you without getting...
It's fine.
Oh, that was a good flick.
빨리 회복됐나요?
Wait, are gun bunnies gonna be both on primary and secondary weapons? Thank you.
Genji's in the doorway.
Yeah, Farah's on point again. Ever rude. I can res,
Tree!
and I do wanna res. Gotta swing him! Swing him!
Ah, I've been put to sleep!
No, no worries, I got you, I got you, I got you. I can't res you 10 seconds, it's not long enough. Genji's on me. He's gonna try to kill me. Well, maybe not.
Coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in.
They have a more on point. Roadhog. Okay, I was gonna scream at the our Roadhog if he pulls him because then he just gets closer. Nice ult.
Pumpkins.
Hey, I got the mistletoe. Anyone want to stand underneath it? Oh, Han, you're right underneath it. The fuck did I do?
Rest me.
Yeah, I rezzed. Pog res.
Yes. Resurrection.
Best healer Korea. Alright. Hell yeah, best healer in Korea. Obviously not, but maybe I should not be healer since Hana's healer. I'll be DPS and tank. Oh my god, Han, don't you dare take my tank role away from me. We all want to be tank. We all want to play tank before Overwatch 2 comes out. Are the tanks even stronger? They're like barely stronger. Reinhardt has like what, 150 effective more health? Like effectively only have 150 more health? That's like nothing.
I think, yeah, and then I think you don't get as much ult charge from tanks as you do from, like, fighting just anyone else. So, you'd get, yeah. So, you'd get more ult charge if you find anyone else other than a tank.
I mean... I guess she would work well. Actually, Roadhog. They probably play small heroes like Hanzo. I'm gonna just gradually assume that they don't have a Doomfist. What do you think, Mr. Winter Soldier?
Yeah. Have a Genji, a Reinhardt, and a Doomfist.
Oh my god, they're NS1. Got the Mora. Nice.
Goodbye. Oh, okay. Wait, no. That was a fire strike.
Oh, good shield! Damn. That was quite the reaction. Reinhardt's on...
Shield's gonna...
Reinhardt's, there's 3 peeking point. Yeah.
His name is Invincible. Why can I see him?
No, invincible! Not invisible, invincible!
Yeah, I know. Oh, come back, come back, and come back, come back, I'm coming.
I've ult in a little. Oh, I got Mr. Invincible. Thanks for the ult.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I missed him. No.
Come here, Genji. Look
Well,
at me.
Both Genjis got 2 kills equal. You know, I personally think we got a jungle diff here. Oh, nice.
Hello there.
No, Han, you keep going away from us.
Do it. Go on, pin. Nope, okay. Don't pin. There's a diva coming left.
She'll die.
Oh, goodbye.
She's dead. Kill the Invincible!
He's being...
Solo ult him!
Out of my way!
I just solo ulted the runner for fun.
Oh yeah,
Not
didn't even have to
bad.
use... Didn't even have to Earth Shadow once that round.
I thought you did once.
I did not. And have gold elims.
Did you not on point?
No,
Oh, source of defend.
I was just defensive, and I was staying back. I didn't want to just ult one guy.
So what is this material? Han, lore, tell me. Oh my god, I can punch it, becomes water, but if I shoot against it, nothing happens?
Wow.
Is that vibranium?
Is that the goop from Fortnite?
Oh my god, is that the goo from Fortnite? Right. Go behind them, go behind them, go behind them. Oh, there Anna's one. Nice.
Dead.
Okay, I need to
die.
step on point. Okay, the Reinhardt ignored me. I appreciate that a lot.
Oh, there.
Swing, swing. Nice. I got her.
Nice. Come on, Hanzo. You know you. Okay, bye, Han.
Just let him be, let him be.
I
You're
was
fine.
behind the wall. How did I be put to sleep? What?
What? Who booped him? Fucking whoever booped him. He didn't even get booped, did he? How did he bounce like that?
Yuga
Oh,
waga
yeah.
degi gakuru.
Okay. Yeah, you weren't even
Yuga
close.
waga degi. Come on.
Yeah, you weren't. I know,
Ash,
you weren't
do
even close.
something.
I can ult, and I will.
Genji's dead. Oh, nice.
Get him off map.
I am on. Thank you.
Can you come back on point? Yeah. Alright, Diva.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, I have my ult. I'm gonna wait.
Oh, she fell! Okay, she's out of the game for like 10 seconds.
Hello, Reinhardt.
I didn't kill him? Oh, nice.
Where is she? Where'd she go?
Fell down. She's dead. Nope, she's not dead. Got her. Sorry, Han, I stole your kill.
Hello. Two big tanks coming your way.
Good kill. Soldiers
Come
on the
back.
right. Come
Those-
back, come back.
Could just be cheeky and then ult them all. Oh, I
No,
got 3 of them, but
yeah.
Reinhardt pinned.
Reinhardt, I know.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Come into the shore. Get the help back, get the help. Oh, fuck.
Why me? Stop looking at me!
Is anyone on point? No, I don't think so. Okay.
Pretty epic.
Wait, was that the game? Okay.
최고의 플레이.
Ooh. Swords. What? What? What?
What happened?
Oh, okay.
I got loot box.
What? What? Did Han give us a reason? Bored. Ah, fair enough. Do you still want to play?
What's that then? I'm gonna do one more game.
One more game. Alright, one more game then. I have no idea what that means, hon. Oh, MC, I saw me. I was gonna play Minecraft after this as well. Whew.
우주는 쉽게 이해할 수 있는 존재가 아니다. 세계 어딘가에서 석양이 지고 있겠지.
공격 시작까지 30초.
잠깐 차분하게.
If I only could, I would make a deal.
Glug 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 glug.
So good. I feel.
Alright, let's play
Wait,
some
what was it?
Hearthstone. Bam!
Oh, yes,
I play.
I play a big dragon.
Yeah, me too.
Not
I play Murloc.
big
Murloc King. I play
not-
Murloc King.
not big dragon. Big dragon.
I play a Shara.
I'm going left. McCree's coming with us, so, and Honor and maybe everyone else.
Scared him.
Mine. All right. Kill these.
Knocked him. He's one. Oh, continue bouncing. Jump. No, I can't seem to get it underneath him.
Not Roadhog. Yes. Go on. Go for the res. Go for the res. You know you want to. Never mind.
Oh, I thought I chucked the nade. Reaper's behind.
Zarya's dead. That was fast.
Anna's behind us, stuck. She can't go anywhere. Nice. She had some really shit positioning.
Oh,
There's no way he has ult, so we can just push this.
Reinhardt is dead.
Reaper, watch out.
Ah, I was booped.
Okay, now he might be close to ult. Very nice.
Both tanks are dead. I almost got Mercy, but she was behind a wall. Ah, I'm coming back. Hello. Okay, let's be synchronized jumpers. Where is mine?
I got 2 tanks, both tanks low. One tank super low. Absolutely one.
I'm gonna go left. What? Alright. Oh, dragon incoming. I was
Not much I could do there, I'm sorry.
I was using my environmental gas. I was using my gas.
Okay, Reaper reload and shoot me.
My hook accuracy is 50%.
Hey, not bad. Does that mean you only hooked twice? Or 4 times?
I've hooked 6 enemies.
Nice. So that means you only actually got 3.
Yep. I have 9 kills.
Grr. Oh, nice. I have 10.
Yep. Hold on. Fade. Yep, that's right.
We go top.
I'm gonna
We go
hide.
top. Jump down kind of strat. I stand in front of you.
Yep.
Alright.
Bubble, please. Alright, yep, thank you. And now you're mine. Never mind.
Nope. Shields behind.
No.
Oh, yeah, the Reinhardt died. Mercy's one. Nice. Good team. That's a good ult.
You're dead, Zarya.
Twist them around so the McCree can ult. Fuck yeah. No, Mercy!
Crap, my hook percent going low. More. feel like Reinhardt has his ult.
Reaper's... Wow, they're on
Being
point.
chased by everyone.
2 seconds. No. Oh, yes, I can ult. I'm ulting point. I got no one, but... Oh, no, I did. I got the Mora. Not bad.
Nice.
One person on point. Okay, and I'll stay point. I stay point. 2 people on the right. Tank and damage.
I think Reinhardt's gonna ult.
Got him.
Now.
He only got me. I'm good. Oh, dude, I chugged his ult. I stood right in his face and chugged it. You got her?
Where is
Nice.
dead?
I'll sit on point.
Yo. Zarya's mine. She
Oh
doubled.
god, they have a hamster now.
Right. I think McCree may have. Yeah, McCree's got play of the game. No, my play of the game was stolen. This is bad.
Well, it's the second time he did exactly what he did just now, so. A hamster wall?
Hamster is gonna die. Hamster is dead. Reaper is dead.
Do you have ult? Nice. Alright, seems good.
Who's on point?
I stunned her. Who's on point? I couldn't tell. Oh, the Reaper
Oh, they
was.
have Winston. Hanzo's dead. I'm trying to reload. Monkey's dead.
And their healers are dead. Nope, I guess not.
Zarya's dead.
There's
And
Mora behind. Nice. Solid last game. Not bad.
Cup
The
of
aggressive
tea.
tactic works surprisingly well on this ranking.
Yeah. Cup of tea. Okay, alright. Now I'm gonna jump off Overwatch. Bubble
Alright.
boy.
Minecraft time. I'll open the server in case anyone wants to play on there. I'll play on there. Server's up. Listen up now. Bum bum. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. It's gonna be black screen for just a little bit. See why? Listen up now. Ah. There we go. Minecraft. Okay. Eek. Da 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 na 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 na. Where'd my oh. Wait, what? There you go. There we go. Oops. Ooh, ah, did I break a block from Han? I hope not. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want Han to get mad at me. Okay, I need to make full diamond gear, which means I need to get more pickaxes. Then I need to go to the nether and make my diamond gear into netherite gear. Wait, I can only mine obsidian with a diamond pick, right?
I think so.
Do I have more cooked food? I think that'll be enough. Do you think a bucket would count as engineering or toolsmithing? I'll go in Circe's cave. Dun, 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 dun. Ah! Okay. Mining diamonds! Mining. Mining away. Let's go over here. Let's use a... No. It's just this that I can see.
Wow. I
What's up? What's up? Hey yo, mining level 20. Maybe I'll beat Circe on levels actually.
Huh?
What? Nothing. What was your mining level again?
I don't know.
Mining away. Bum, ba, dum, bum. Bum, ba, dum, bum, bum, na, 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 dum. Oh, more lapis. think I might have lightning. That has to be close by. It's literally to my left. It's like a... Okay, it is right there. Oh, nice cave. Oh, it's a small cave. Oh, there's iron though. Wait, I hear skeletons above me. That's massive. Where's the skeleton? Oh, fuck, that scared me. Diamonds! Yo. A single diamond? Aw. Unlucky. Two. There was a skeleton somewhere. And more diamonds. Skeleton must have been above me. Oh yeah, it is above me. The mob spawner is there.
I'm back, but I am about to eat food.
Oh. Oh, there's lava right there. Cave! And more iron. And diamonds! Yeah, you're not so smart, are you now, creeper? Did he just say no? That's cute. It's a lot of singular pieces of iron. That scared me a little. Okay. That should be good. 61 iron. Oh, that's not bad. At least I can make a new set of gear for when I go to the nether. Creepy. I did. Damn. Thanks. Nice. Pizza here, that's Pog. At least someone got pizza. What's that? Oh. Ooh. Are you kidding? Those are 2 blocks of water? Really? Those 2 blocks of water. What the heck? What the? That's a lot of them. Oh, no diamonds. Oh wait, I don't think diamonds are oxidized. And that's why I'm not finding any. No, somewhere. Ooh. Oh, gold. Is there a strategy to mine netherite? Is that what it's called? Netherite?
What?
Is it called netherite?
Which one?
The nether ore.
Yeah, okay.
Is there a strategy to mine it? Like a height or something?
Use beds.
Use beds.
Yeah, you go in a specific spot where height height. So that you won't get any open spaces, so you don't fall down and stuff. So you always have a packed area, and then you build a bunch of holes everywhere with beds, and then you mine it through to see if you got any netherite, because netherite don't explode, so it will just show up in the air. So then it's like, oh, I blew up this place, and now there's netherite. Woo!
Oh, so it's actually pretty easy. Unless that I always die when I try to explode a bed.
All you gotta do is put a block on your feet.
Oh, okay.
You just don't
So,
show your
so
feet.
it's basically creeper strat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's only really useful once you have full not nether, full diamond, right?
Yeah. And you also need the first, when you mine it, you get ancient debris.
Yeah,
And
you
with
have to
that
smelt
ancient-
it
Then you gotta smelt it. Then you gotta craft it with gold
with
to create netherite brick. Then use that one netherite brick to
smith
combine
it.
it with
Yeah.
combine it with a diamond gear. So you only need one brick, like one ingot thing
Uh-huh.
for each gear. The only problem is you need to
One ingot
get.
is 9, right?
No, I think it was like 4 ancient debris with 4 gold
Oh, a brick is with
or
gold. Is it gold ingot or gold bars?
gold ingot. Wait, what? No, a gold bar.
Okay. Gold block, imagine.
Ingot. Yeah, it's 4 ancient debris with 4 gold.
Okay. Well, the gold isn't the problem then. The diamonds are.
So you need to find 4 netherite ancient debris, mine those, then smelt that to get the netherite scrap, that's called. And then
I'm
with the
lost.
netherite scrap, with 4 netherite scrap and 4 gold, you create a netherite ingot. And with that netherite ingot, you combine that in a smithing table with a diamond gear and the ingot, and then you combine it, and boom, you get the netherite gear.
And then when you have netherite gear, you're basically Pogger's OP gamer moment. Oh, I think diamond. Yeah, diamond. How many diamonds do you need for a full set?
I don't know.
34, right? Yeah, something like that.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's just get a stack and then you'll see. 2. 3. And that's creepy as fuck, dude. Stupid cave noises. Do you ever get jump scared from cave noises?
Sometimes.
Just out of nowhere, it's just like raw.
Yeah.
We just hear the sun god Ra screaming. Our Canada's underwater, what the frick? I noticed one very broken thing with the plugin. Since you need an axe to mine oak, you can't make an axe. Because you can't mine oak when you begin the game because you don't got an axe. Oh god.
Damn it, just kidding. I told you it was gonna be a bad.
No, it's only that part. It's only that part. Everything else works fine. I just have to disable the axe requirement for oak. Which makes sense. You should be able to at least mine that, but you won't get XP from it. That is fair in my opinion. I have 17 diamant.
Oh yeah, wetlands. Oh, wait.
Wetlands? What are you doing
Nothing.
in the wetlands? Hey, stop following me, creeper. You seem very needy. Stop it. You're needy. Okay. Okay, at least I have more iron to make a new set of armor. And my pickaxe is about to run out, so I'm kind of screwed. Nice. My pickaxe is about to break. Wow, main leveled up. Wait, my main leveled up before my oh no, it didn't. Okay, I was like, my main leveled up before my mining? What the fuck?
Alright. Let's see if I can get a soul Farak dungeon.
I'd assume, yeah. It's an assumption, so you should never assume something. Just kidding. Always do it.
Okay,
Ooh, I might beat Cirsa in mining.
I want to know this group and what their thought process is.
Okay, what's their group?
4 DPS and 1 tank. No healer.
Wait, are you tank?
No.
Oh.
No, I just see it in the list.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
the
like-
thing is, you're questioning it. But fun fact, that has happened to me many times and it has worked.
Like, the only thing I can think of is maybe like the druid is in the group is switching to a healer.
Yeah, signed up wrong, maybe.
I don't know.
I'm stuck.
Man, why ain't there no damn things anywhere?
I just want a goddamn normal team. 1 attack, 3 damage, 1 heal. How difficult is it? Very, apparently. This is where I came from, right? Go down below for better ore.
Balls.
Same. I 100% agree. If I find enough diamonds, I'll give everyone here a diamond set of gear. Just kidding. That would be very inappropriate. Just use iron, lol. Until I add the armor requirement, where at that point, everyone will be hating the game. Or loving it. Wait, can you take damage from dripstone if you jump on it? On the spikes? Isn't that a thing?
Space. It's the burden of all of us.
Oh no, it's the space monkeys.
Oh no, it's a Sigma.
I swear to God, you can take damage from dripstone.
This is
Yes,
very
we can.
sad.
Oh, you can? Okay. I thought I'd just hit something weird or something like that every time.
Like they're sharp.
Yeah, but like it's only sometimes, and it's
Like they're 2B. They're 2D, man. You're gonna get a paper cut from that.
you're gonna get more than just a paper cut from that.
A stone cut?
If it's perfectly 2D, you know, it's basically the sharpest razor blade ever.
Exactly.
Exactly. Therefore, you die.
Exactly.
You get me, homeboy.
Why are we homing on our boy?
Why not? Tell me it's weird, huh?
I didn't say it was weird. I just said, why are we homing in on our boy?
No, I said tell me it's weird.
I wonder if shamans still have to do their class quest. Because I didn't have to do it with my druid.
Nope, they don't have to do it either.
Man, why the fuck did I have to go through the whole damn continent just to get like a
Oh,
fucking
you only had to
piece
go
of
through
butter?
one? I had to go through both of them. Twice.
Well, I had to. I did those class quests as well that you were talking about.
Bidoop, bidoop.
You still do them.
Flying bus.
No, it's like not needed. Like the war form one was kind of useless. I got a gear piece from it though. That was also useless. But I did get a new spell, which was Cure Potion, so that's cool.
Okay, I'm stuck now. I don't have a mining tool, and I'm stuck.
And plus, fucking, for you were just for like spells and shit. That was like not like essential. It was just more like more convenient stuff. Like, oh, I can swim fast.
No, because my cat form was locked behind a fucking quest where I had to go places and shit, and then kill mobs, and I got pissed because I couldn't even kill the mobs.
Well, I guess that's true. But the thing with fucking shaman was that like all your totem bullshit was essential, which means you had to get the fucking totem to be able to fucking do anything useful. Which means if I didn't go through all that shit, oh my god, like most of the totems quest was fine,
Mm.
but the fucking like the first one was like fire or some shit, and that was like easy. It was just to learn. It was a tutorial one. Then no, that was the earth one. That was the first one, and then fire one where you had to like do a journey or some shit, get an item, and then kill a fire. So that was a bit more challenging. Then you got the fucking water one where you fucking had to go through the different continents and get like a drop of water from out of nowhere, like multiple times. Like 4 times I had to get like a drip of water for this fucking random person just to then give me the water totem. What the fuck? Oh. And then fucking I was like, oh, time to do the air totem. This one's gonna be super hard. And then it's like, oh no, it's super easy. Just talk to this random guy and you just, oh, you're done. It's like, what? That's it? Yeah, you're done. It's like, why the fuck did I go through the whole shit with the water one? It's like, don't worry about it. I got lazy with the fucking shit. And people complain about it.
Oh, he has an iron sword! Oh my god.
Oh, fuck.
I hope I found my way home, or somewhat found my way home. I can't feel my pinky. Yep, I found my way home. Somewhat. It is through here. No, wait, it's not. What? Fuck! I'm lost. And I can't mine a single block! And if I place a block, I'm even more fucked.
Okay. Alright, cool.
Okay, that seems like the way out. Oh, it's
Alright.
not!
I could have taken the worst route ever.
I'm stuck. I can't get out.
Damn, now we have a human priest. I'm guessing they're shadow priest.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The exit has to be somewhere here.
There's never an exit. You will be stuck there forever.
No, that's what I'm scared of. That I actually will be stuck here forever.
Forever. Oh, Bruce, we
Okay, I'll try the one path. The thing is, I can't place stone blocks because I can't mine stone blocks. Wait, I have wood. Of course I can mine stone blocks.
man.
Okay, I'm not stuck. I have wood.
Stuck.
Imagine
The
I,
duck.
yeah, imagine I didn't have mana. And
stuck
then I
The
just,
duck that likes to suck
fuck.
and fuck.
Yes, specifically that.
Would you fuck a duck?
Yeet! Secret exit? Secret exit? Secret exit? Secret exit? This is an interesting cave. Secret exit, maybe? Exit? Exit? Nope.
They
this
tell me
is-
I'm too fucking low level. I swear
I
to God.
found diamonds as well!
Please tell me
Ah!
I'm behind that level. It's on the list. I should be able to get teleported there.
Dang it.
I'm 43. Please.
You're 43 years old? Damn, you're old. Oh wait, there's lava. I can dump a bunch of rock I don't want. I don't want you. You. I almost threw my diamonds in there. Okay, I did mine cool. Okay.
Do I? Oh, they're not able to summon me. Oh my God. If they can't, I'm gonna fucking be sad. It's gonna take a while for me to get there. Like, it's not like I'm
Okay.
super far away, but it's gonna take more than 10 minutes probably, maybe. Maybe 5.
Okay. That will hopefully allow me to get out. Well, if I get over there, I can get out. If I get over there, I can definitely get out. And I should easily be able to get to both.
Wait, who's okay? The Warriors tag. Well, at least I got my 100% speed mount.
Wait, already?
Yeah,
That's max speed.
exactly. Yep. Thank God I was able to get summoned. I would have been sad.
And then you would have had to walk, imagine.
Yeah, but like it's on the list of me being able to search up for. So probably like would be a good idea that I could get summoned there. If not, then that's just bad game design. Time to spam soft rock again. Yippee! Ain't that fun?
Yeah. So far, it's one of the funnest dungeons in the whole game. For the reason it helps you level real easily.
Exactly.
For the reason you get experience.
Experience. Oh god, I'm gonna stay away.
I just noticed I'm really low on health.
The one thing I'm scared about is that they said when I got invited, they said, "Look, we got a proper healer now." It's like, what happened last time? What happened with the other healer?
Oh god, did the other guy leave? Did you guys fuck up? What's going on?
It's like, what happened? I will have to live up to now.
Well, the XP required for lumber and for mining is very different.
Or was this the DPS group I saw before?
Maybe, and maybe they're like, oh, finally we're not 4 DPS.
Maybe.
I'm
And
still dying. Alright, I got some smelted
Baseball
iron,
bat.
so at least I'll be able... What? Baseball bat? Where did that come from?
I am holding a baseball bat in Fortnite.
Oh,
I thought you were gonna say in real life. I'm holding a baseball bat in real life.
I'm
as well.
holding a baseball bat right now. There's someone in my house. Help. You're laughing about that. Come on. There could have been someone seriously in danger. Oh, I went in a circle. I know exactly where I am. My guy just said, fuck off. Yeah, did I come from here? Maybe.
Commendation. Okay, interesting.
Dumbass.
I love you standing here and just clicking rejuvenation, yeah.
Best ability in the game, lol. I'm close to the exit, I swear. I swear I'm super close to the exit.
It's so strong, I love it.
Rejuve?
Yeah,
Yeah, except for in endgame.
yeah.
Then even regrowth isn't impressive enough anymore if you need to quickly heal.
Oh god. Don't give him ideas, Hunter. No. The Hunter said, hey yo, duel.
Duel? What?
Yeah, he said, do a big pull. I'm like, oh no.
And you say, no thanks.
Well, I could probably take it, but he's like,
Are you the tank?
no.
Then he can't take shit.
I'll just do that to this aggro. That's kind of nice thing of being a night elf. I can just shadow meld to this aggro. It's my oh no ability. Doesn't priest has that kind of ability to do loose aggro?
Yes, Druid has that as well.
Exactly. Which I meld.
You have it in cat form.
Yeah, it was called like
Fiend or
something.
something.
Cower or something.
Cower, yeah, maybe. Yeah, be a coward. Little coward. I went in a circle! Kind of bullshit is that?
Cat form and shit.
Oh, maybe it is this way.
Oh my god. Shaman main tank. What the hell? What's going on?
I'm still lost, so...
I'm still standing.
I'm still
Yeah,
standing.
yeah, yeah.
Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Da 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 na na na.
Oh no, the hunter's pulling more.
I'm gonna run out of food at some point.
Oh my god. This hunter's fucking crazy. Pull the whole fucking.
Oh god, I'm dead. No. Oh.
I am alive!
Oh my god. I had one heart. Anything would have killed me. And I still haven't found the stupid exit.
That was scary.
Yeah. That was scary. Yeah.
20 stamina, holy shit.
What is 27? Okay, I
Gimpy
mined
said,
here.
Drop.
I require a boogie bomb.
Hey, it was tasty.
Boogie bombs are a thing?
I'm
Thought they
drinking
removed that.
Fanta.
Eat, drink a cola and spill a Fortnite.
I require the bomb that makes you dance.
Yeah, touch me, I dare you. Punk. Yeah, you won't. Little pussy. Little pussy.
Love having fucking heal the tank like crazy because he's dying super quickly and then losing all the aggro and having everything attack me. Did you love that too?
Oh my god, I knew there was someone behind me. No, I hate
Yeah,
it. I have no armor,
walls.
and I'm stuck
Oh,
in a
shit.
cave.
Ooh, well, it has a lot of spirit. I'm gonna say yes, thank you. But it's not blue.
Maybe this is the exit. I'm still
which wall, though?
standing. I could just mine to the mob spawner. Oh my god, there's so many skeletons.
Oh. I'm being stabbed.
Ah!
Ooh,
I'm about to lose it here. Shut the fuck up. That's kidding. Was it yummy?
It's for me?
Oh, it's me?
Ah,
It's you.
thanks.
Bless
The
you.
hunter who's the one like having to explain every single thing.
You have been blessed, monsieur. Okay, now the question is if I can find my way back with the mob spawner.
It's like this hunter over here is a professional in tanking, yet he's not playing a tank. Then maybe he should mind his own business.
He's still standing. Yeah.
Oh no, he pulled the boss even without knowing that's actually the boss. Or maybe it's, but I don't know, it feels kind of like a dumb scenario to pull the boss like this and losing aggro immediately. And then pulling the entire fucking. Oh my god! I don't have anything to dispel disease, so this is gonna
Alright,
go very poorly.
let's try to find our way out. This way, this way, this way. This way, this way, this way. This
Sorry,
way.
mate. Well, the shaman
Up.
should be able to do it if he actually, pay attention and doesn't just do his own
And
thing of like, haha,
around.
DPS good boo.
Hey, bro.
But of course, he doesn't give a shit that half our fucking party is filled with
Over
disease.
here. We
You know,
rarely get rid of
half
disease.
half our fucking group is filled with coronavirus and dying, but he
Oh
doesn't
my
give a
god,
shit.
don't say that. And I found my way back.
Like seriously, take off the disease. It's doing damage to them, and it's making my life very annoying.
Yay! I made it back! Woo! What was that? An hour? And like, what, 15 minutes to 30 minutes being lost? What resources did we get? 19 diamonds. I think we can make a full set now.
What is happening?
Stuff. Okay, for a full set we need 8, 7, 5, 4. Okay.
I wasn't even the boss, and the shaman almost died.
That's like 24 diamonds, and we do have 24. Oh, Circe has not made a water elevator yet.
Well, shut.
Oh, it takes so long to go back up. I think I'm gonna add the ender staff and the paper of home or whatever I want to call it. The paper of home basically just
Okay.
takes you back to your respawn point.
Good spell. I'm still gonna get that. Tee-hee-hee.
Teehee.
Tee-do-dee-dee-ra-da.
Ratatata.
Yeah, and like the disease that the hunter has is very bad because it's making him do so much less damage.
No, that's fine.
Or maybe the shaman wants the hunter to have less damage, so then in the DPS charts it will show that the shaman is stronger.
Yep. It's called selfishness. We love it.
Oh my god, this man is sharing every single fucking quest here, mate.
That's good. Quest is
Oh, yeah,
XP.
I know, but it's like we're in the middle of something.
Just ignore it.
Talking outside. Where are you? My god.
Feed the doggy. Feed the doggy.
So the grave works. Ah, I see. Oh
You
no.
might as well know because it's already running.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no, no. Oof.
And then, yeah. Okay.
Calm down.
Shoveled heart. Oh, that shit sucks. I'm a great anyway.
Oh, that was a trip. All right, time to get to the nether. Lol. I just need a little bit of iron, couple iron picks
Oh, no.
with enchantments. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, you said I need beds. Oh, I should look for sheep then, and maybe sheep, shear, some sheep.
Damn, my area built this.
Bread.
For fuck's sake!
Sit.
Mein Gott!
Wrong language.
Oh my god, what is that?
What is happening? Miles, I'm streaming. Jesus Christ, I have to turn it off on stream. Is this fucking English rap? Yes, it was. It was the shit from Down Under, right? Hey, a prot 2 golden chestplate will probably do better. Yeah, well. Alright, if I find someone to trade, I'll trade. Wait, do they have a chance of trading netherite? Let's look at trading. Piglin trading. Bartering. That's what it's called, the barter system. No, they don't give you that. I guess they give fire resistance, which is really good, so I'll do barter with them a little. Okay, I did find another fortress the last time I went. Mining away. Da 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 da. Okay, I don't need that much iron. If anything, I'll need like 6 at most. Don't want to lose that much. I don't think I'll need more than that many pickaxes. Bum, ba, 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 dum, bum. True. Yeah, but healing isn't that important. Because the tank only matters. The healers never matter. Did the tank even use any cooldowns? Alright, I hope I don't die. Alright, I better not die. Okay, the gas hasn't shot me. That's good. That skeleton better not fucking shoot me. Okay. And there's a piglin to trade with. Nice. Two. 100% two. I have... Wait. Why are you running away from me? I have gold. Do you not want to barter? Oh wait, I need to barter and then drop him into a block. Oh! You gave it to me straight away. Oh. What? No. What would I gain from them? I got scared that the pigman would attack me. I just stood still. I was like, is he gonna hit me? Is he gonna hit me? Is he gonna hit me? Okay, I have fire resistance, which is already overpowered. Nope, they don't. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you said, so. I don't quite remember the way I took. I know I made myself a bridge. Ah, there's the bridge I made. Frick! I need to go down there! Nope. Nope. Never trust druids. What does thingy look like? Wow, you knew exactly what I meant. Brown stone. Can I see it oxidized, or is it only inside blocks? Like, do I ever see it in the over? Ah. Well, I sneezed, so. Is it ever oxidized? Inside blocks. Okay. Oh god, he's dying. Nope. What class? Oh, nope. Exactly, no. Yeah, really, like, come on. Did you really expect him? Wait, where's the fortress? It's that way. Oh, there it is. A terrible fortress. Hi. Oh. Frozen? lag. Annoying lag. Godzilla! Yeah, he pushes. That's why you should stand in a corner where you can get pushed away. And his push does a massive damage and massive AoE. Imagine relying on buffs. I forgot where the portal was. Yeah, it's really good for rogues and druids. Yeah, I was gonna say you're a druid. Dumbass. No, it's any druid. Yeah, true. The item that is literally useless late game. You know, I mean late game. Because it only goes to a specific level. Good job. I found 5 diamonds in the fortress already. Fuck off. You stay there. Bless you. It's a fucking bow. Don't be fucking mad at the hunter, okay? Well, fair enough, but it is a hunter. Oh, thanks for follow. It is a hunter. Does it continue over there? I'm kind of lost. I have not found a blaze spawner. Oh, it continues up there. Hello. That is... Oh, that's a blaze spawner. That is terrifying, is what I was gonna say. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There's this wall. Alright. Okay, fire resistance. Nice. Oh, there's 2! That's amazing! How many blaze rods do we need? Ah! I am not speedrunning. Oh god, my ass broke. The fact that there's 2 here is kind of insane. That would be smart for speedrunning. I don't want to hit you, Mr. Pigman. Stay there. Don't be so mean. The pigman did nothing. Okay, I am lost. Wait, I was here. Wait. Wait, all I had to do was go this way? Oh. Let's mark that off. Absolutely nothing there. I'm gonna run out of food. What's my combat level? Oops. $11. Ooh, I have 150 health. Hee hee. Oh. Oh my god, since when is this rust? I heard the weird radiation noise. Ooh, my potion's about to run out. Why is there a zombie pigman? Oh, here, he's level 14. 10 seconds. I guess if you're fast enough, you don't even need it. Alright. Coolio. Wait, did you get... How did you get out of there? Oh, you didn't. Whew. Almost got me there, buddy. Can I find another treasure chest somewhere? Ah, no, I'm on fire. Oh, that wasn't even that long. I thought it was infinite. Oh, dodged it. Oh. You're done now. You're done. Okay, I have 10 blaze rods. Is that enough for Ender Dragon? How many blaze rods do I need? Do I need magma? Did they drop something? I guess they didn't drop anything, Sag. Okay. Slash realms. I can't use it when in the nether! No! Ah, where's the way back? Why is there so many of them? Well, it's the other way. Wasn't there a different way? Yeah, we had a different way. Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness! Oh goodness! How do I get out of here? Oh, fuck! Sorry, I'm terrified, okay? Alright. No, that's not the exit. Wait. Transmog. Oh, wow. Okay. We should get a couple blocks, probably. Ten blazes is enough, right? Blaze rods. For Ender Dragon. Ah, I thought you knew everything. I thought they all split into two. Like 2 blaze powder each, so 6? Wait, I can tell you. Yes, they split into 2 blaze powder each. 6. Oh yeah, but then the eyes break. No, but you need 9, cause no 12. Oh yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah. I hate these. They scare me. Okay, triangulation. Oh, fire potion. Yeah, or just don't get hit. I know they literally don't deal damage. I had one. I got that on purpose. I haggled for it. Alright, that's how I got 10 without taking damage. Oh, back off! Oh my god, why do they sound so mad? Oh. Would you like to trade? Dumbass! Okay. Would you like to trade? Hello, buddy? Buddy? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Does he not want to trade? Where'd he go? Oh, he's gone. Hmm. Back off. Dumbass. Ah! Okay, you just have to punch him. Okay, okay, the small ones are not scary. Good to know. Oh, I need more blocks. You could kill his brother. What? Whose brother? Oh, Blood Elf. I heard brother. That's mad. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. Okay. And Miles leave? Okay. I was scared the skeleton would kill me. Movement speed or what? Yeah, let's pretend that 3% is gonna do anything if you get buffed by a paladin and literally crosses out. You're doing great breathing into the mic like crazy. Yeah, okay, calm down. Alright, English. English. Stop! Stop! Dumbass. Yeah, you're dead.
Dead.
Ah! Almost died from fall damage. I think I'm almost back to
Yeah,
the beginning.
deadass.
I don't really remember where the beginning was. Oh, there's my bridge. Found it. If one person shoots me down, I'm gone. Okay, he didn't shoot me. I was terrified. Yay, I made it back! I got us blaze rods. Okay, Circe, how do we defeat the Ender Dragon? Oh. Shisha?
Yeah,
How do we defeat the Ender Dragon?
I don't know. There's many different ways.
I did not understand a single word.
There are many different ways.
Oh, many different. I heard something about Master Race.
Or use PC Master Race.
Hmm. Lua, calm down. Huh. Okay, I got us a bit of iron. I got a bit of gold for when we want to make netherite. I think we just need a lot of arrows. Do you have flint somewhere? Can I steal some flint from you?
I probably have a lot of flint somewhere.
Nice. He has a diamond pickaxe! What a bitch! For a second I thought what flint looked like. How much stone and dirt do you have? I'll take that. I'll take that. Arrows! Calm down. Oh, I need to look for feathers as well.
Wait.
I'm waiting. Talk. Speak English.
I'm watching like a Street Fighter 6 trailer,
Oh, okay.
and there's a fucking store where you buy clothes and shit that's called Drippin' Style.
Uh-huh. It's where you get all the drip.
Exactly.
Heck yeah. I have one feather. I have a little bit of flint. I need more feathers. Ah, I have a couple feathers. Okay, how many arrows can I make with this? Ah. Okay, I think 49 arrows is good enough, right? A stack of arrows? A stack of, or like half a stack of arrows each to destroy the crystals? Seems good, right? A response would be nice. Shitaka panorama. Da, 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 da. Woof. I'm about to accidentally kill you out of weird anger, Mr. Dog. I'd say that is enough. I think I'll enchant this gear maybe with protection. Maybe I get feather falling on my boots. Maybe I'll do you last. Hey! Not bad. I got projectile protection 3, prot 2 and prot 2, and feather falling 3. I think that's a good set. Alright, so come, let's kill the dragon. Oh no, we need ender pearls. Oh, we don't have any ender pearls. I forgot. It's like super important. Did you have any? Don't think so, actually.
Level 44.
Hey,
Uh,
you want to take a break?
I don't know. Like,
You gotta get team going, right?
well, no, they disbanded.
Oh, but you
Well,
keep getting groups, right? Really fast.
It's most of the time.
Most. It's not all the time. Hmm. Woof. I'm not sure what to do now. Two, that's 4. 5, that's 10. That's 14. So 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go try get food. Because we're running out of food. And maybe, I assume you want to do bed strat because that's who you are. AKA, you're lazy. So just do 4 bed strat. Probably be the easiest. You good?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that? Your brain dead or something?
It is. My brain is dead.
Wow.
It's melting.
Maybe you should take a break then.
I guess.
This birch forest is brutally big. It's crazy. Okay, turns out I will go grocery shopping.
Okay.
But I'll leave the server on in case anyone wants to peek in. Just don't kill the Ender Dragon without me.
Back off, I know what you gotta do, buddy. But you don't got the Ender Pearls, nor you got the Blaze Rods.
So you haven't seen my secret chest.
You don't got shit, buddy.
I know, you never even got the Fortress achievement. Ha! Got you there! Fell right into my trap card! I found mushroom trees. Wait, I don't think I can break these. You need level 50 to break these. Sheep. 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 Alright, stream. I say goodbye here. I loot chest and then I'll leave. Wait, is there no chest here? What the fuck? Oh. Huh. Alright, goodbye. I'll be back later. Is there really no...